Hello, hello. Sorry for the long starting screen. I have a dumb brain disease. Hello, hi Eve. Welcome everybody to second Tomb Raider stream. Ooh, it is another day in which we play the game that makes me go insane. It makes me go insane all the time, but you know, the things we do for the experiences. There's something else. There's something else for sure. Anyway, how are you guys doing? How are you guys doing? Hope everybody's having a nice day. And I forgot to send out notifications again because I am silly. Like that sometimes. And sometimes more often than sometimes. But that's just how it be. But yeah. Also, I'm a little bit late. I was doing some art practice and well, it took me longer than expected, to be honest. I was like, yeah, sure, I'm gonna finish on time, and then I look at the time and like, oh wait, what do you mean? What do you mean it's 7 PM already? Like, I didn't look at the time, I just heard the news start on the TV. And I was like, wait, wait, is it the time already? Gigi, hello, how are you feeling today? How's your brain after so much chaos? Hello, amazing. Good. This is the best day ever. Did you get some good sleep? Did you have fun with Star Trek? Where is this? Right there. Why am I like this? I like this. I bet my back is gonna be killing me because I was drawing a lot, and I don't know. I like this is not the difficult part. It's fine, but every time I play Tomb Raider, for some reason, like my neck starts hurting. What do I do during that game that makes me hurt? I don't understand. How do I do that? And did I finish season 1 in theaters and Sniffles has been a journey across the universe? I'm glad you're enjoying it. But I am good too, thank you. I was like, I wasn't sure how I'm gonna be feeling. Obviously, because not like you can pretty much foresee your own mood, but I'm okay. I was kind of like worried because I couldn't fall asleep yesterday, and I was like, shit, if I don't get enough sleep, this might be difficult. But it was okay, it was fine. I'm alright. Neo, I'm always sleepy. That is true. I don't know. I'm just built like that. Do you have a throne? I do have a throne, but I mostly use I just ask people to use coffee instead, because throne is not like fully supported in Poland. So even if you even if somebody does fund something for me, they will not send it to me. They will just give me the money, so I have to buy it myself. And it's like, it just like it's giving Throne money that I could just get straight from coffee. Yeah, it's just it's kind of a shame. I wish they would just make it work. Because, yeah. Yeah, it's just platform fees, basically. There's no advantage for me. I wish it worked, because that would be amazing. Because every time I want to like find something, I'm like, I swear this is for this. I'm not scamming you. Oh my goodness. Ah, my ear is itchy. What the heck? But I'm okay. I'm okay. Everything is fine. Who's pinging me? Oh, it's... Never mind, that's just a bot. A bot is pinging me! But I hope you guys are doing fine. And I just cannot believe it's Thursday already. I feel like this week just kind of just like... How do I say this? I don't know where half of the days went. Like, I know today and yesterday, but Monday and Tuesday, I don't know what I did. Who knows what I did? I feel like I wasn't here. Like, I didn't exist for those 2 days. But maybe I didn't. Who the heck knows? That's the sound of plugging in my controller. Monday we're blank-brained, Tuesday start to wake up. Ah, that makes sense, yes. Yeah. Yeah, I guess. Now everything makes sense. Everything makes sense again. Not everything, but most of it, I suppose. But yeah. I don't know what I wanted. I wanted to say something, and then I saw a message, and I was like, So let's just not think about it. Let's just not think about it. Let's just keep trying to do the game. I had my second brain cell the weekend, and you took it back on Tuesday. I'm sorry. I need it sometimes. Sometimes it's required for functioning. Not always, but you know. But you can take it if you need it. If you just need to like send a proper request. You have to make sure you reserve it in the system, because they kind of cannot be switched too quickly. It takes time. These things, they take time. Fish! I'm a fish! Hello, Ivory! I'm fighting with my life here. With my life? Sure. Why not? That's not what I meant to say, but I guess it works. Ah! Hello. Oh god. Oop. I almost started playing wrong music. It wouldn't be good. That stuff is copyrighted. I couldn't play that. Let us home. What even is this? I don't care. Changed my mind. I don't care. Alright, I remember I was complaining about the physics being weird. Tomb Raider 2. Not 2024. No. We good with 1997. 1997. It's kind of like a tutorial area. You can experiment with the movement system there. And there's a few things to find. Oh, what the fuck did I just do? Oh man. The title is just like... I forgot? I did! How do I... Oh, I already forgot which button is what. What even is this? The controls in this game, they will be the end of me. I say that every time I start this. What even? Thank you for the lurk. Take your time. Who's shooting me? Let's see if there's anything in the water before I decide that I actually don't want to be here after all. There is a ladder here, so I might... Maybe I have to jump in here. Bitch! Where did you come from? But there's no items on the floor, so... Mama! Ooh, I did it again. I hurt myself for no reason. Hey, yeah. I have no columns. I know I cheese with saving. That's what I do. That's my favorite thing to do. Okay, good luck with the art. I hope things go well. Have fun, thank you. Shit! I didn't mean to fall! Why are you opening? Get up, Lara. This bitch is shooting us. And he hurt us, for real, for real. That's your fault. That's not my fault, that's your fault. You didn't mean to unleash the commotional... No, I didn't. I'm very upset about it because I know that it's like... It swings too strongly. For that to make sense, it should be slow. That's a fun fact, the creator of Lara Croft left during development due to really not liking the naughty advertisement of the game back in the day. Oh, I didn't know that. Though, like, I understand him. It makes sense. However, if not for that advertisement, I'm pretty sure they would have freaking got bankrupt. Because the game was... I don't know, I read about the game, about the development, and how the only reason they actually got any kind of recognition was because during a IRL event, they hired a model to pose on a bike so people could take photos of her. So like, I know, I understand the pain, but it's like, dear sir, there's nothing else that could have been done. I'm feeling a bit not great, so I want you to know I really appreciate you having to stream today. I might pass out any moment. Oh my god, take care of yourself. It's fine. It's fine. You don't have to be here if you don't feel great. It's okay. I'm just gonna be suffering on my own. Well, on my own. Technically on my own, but not really. Either way, I'm not going anywhere. Lara, we're not supposed to be spinning. Can I save in here, please? Thank you. I don't know what I'm asking. I'm gonna do it anyway. Shit! I'm not doing that again. Whee! God damn it! Also, I'm very curious about... over there. Over there. You see? This place? I want to know why there's floor over there. Because it doesn't really seem... Actually, you know what? What if... I have an idea. I think I know what's up. I think there's a secret in there. And they have this stupid thing over here to just make you go hurt yourself for no reason. But you're probably supposed to jump over there to get it. That's my theory. That's not saying it's true, but that's what I'm thinking. Yes, I think sometimes. I know it doesn't look like it often. Well, game. You disappointed me yet again. And here I thought I was being smart for once. Nothing. I know how to easily get this done. Just go turn 3. No. Oh Jesus. Shoot. I guess not like this. Okay. Point taken. Although... No, never mind. I was like, but maybe if I... My brain was like trying to do math during that very moment. About the jump. And yeah, sadly that's not what the game wanted from me. So, yeah. I need to get... Whoa! I see. Well, not like this. Sometimes I create the perfection of an existence and celebrate. What? What do you mean? There we go. I need to make sure I'm not shrimping. Well, not shrimping, but I need to make sure like my head is not too far to the front, because I tend to be very be playing in a very weird position with this game, and then my entire neck hurts. Nothing else makes this. Nothing else causes this to happen. Only this fucking stupid game. Proton! Stretch, I will. You know what happens when you climb something while holding walk? I don't. I'm scared. Oh, I'm stretching. Ugh. Damn it, you're using the fact that the evil's not here. Not this. Too bad? Yeah. Co jest za ścianą? Co jest za ścianą? O Jezu. Co jest za ścianą? Dziura! Z wodą. Dziura z wodą. Mój własny... Nieważna głupota sprawiła, że wpadłam do wody! O! Chwilę. What? Jakim cudem wcześniej nie nadziałam się na te szkło? Nie rozumiem. O! Okej. Czyli jak idziesz powoli, to nie boli. Boże! Rymy. Rymy. Bardzo dobrze. Bardzo dobrze. O, naciskam chodzenia i nic się nie dzieje. Witamy w Art Bath. Witamy serdecznie w kolejnym odcinku tragedii. O mój Boże. Co? Skąd mam wziąć klucz? Żartujesz sobie ze mnie! Dui, dzień dobry. Szkoda, że nie mogę przywitać ludzi normalnie. Nie idź do tyłu, nie idź do tyłu. Pani pierdzi kąpiel, z czego to jest? Gdzie jest ten klucz? Nawet nie wiedziałam, że jakiś klucz to jest potrzebny. Czuję się zdradzona. I to tak potężnie. A, w sumie masz rację. Nie pomyślałam o tym. Ui. Gdzie jest klucz? Gdzie jest klucz? O, już widzę. Ktoś myślał, że mnie tutaj zaskoczy, ale niestety. Co? Go się nie da przesunąć! Jak to? A. Hello everybody, back to English mode. Hello Zoe! Hello Fart Bath! I thought that this was something you can push in, but it won't let me hold it. Also, I tried climbing a ledge while holding walk. Oh. Oh, you mean the freaking her gymnastics? Yeah. The correct way of climbing. I forgot which button it was. I was actually thinking about it not a few months ago. I remember this level vaguely. Played in remaster. Photo mode is the best feature added. Oh. What is photo mode? Just you mean just. Actually, I probably should have figured out that this is not like big brain. The dumbest question I could have asked. You can't just do that! Bartoli! To jest niesprawiedliwe. Why am I speaking in Polish suddenly? Well, I guess I'm gonna drown because the jumping button is the same button that lets you swim. So shit. Guys, oh my god. Goodbye, Lara Croft. It was nice knowing you. Wee, free Polish mode redeem. Because it makes figuring out levels faster? Oh, that's smart. Laura can hold her breath for 5 minutes, that's a skill issue. That's Deus Ex's death sound. That's not the same game, but with the amount of polygons, that's pretty close. I will hydrate, thank you! Where is that key? What is it? What do I do for 5 minutes? Shit! Well, drown again. That's the answer. I drown again. Ooh. She wishes she was a fish. However, she will never have it in her to truly become one and truly one with the ocean. I think this game might actually have one more pen level polygons. Unreal Engine 1.1 had some pretty steep limitations, but then again, polygons could be arbitrary. Maybe. But yeah, I'm just like, you know, I was about to say I'm judging it based on the amount of polygons Lara has, but actually she has more polygons than fucking JC Denton. All of those boobs are like entire model. Haven't gotten the ornate key thing yet? Nope. We're just swimming in the ocean with my thoughts. Actually, I could load the previous save. That's not the save I wanted, actually. Hey, ow. Hey, oh. Oh my god, I've been dread. Should we switch needle leather? I don't know. Needle leather? Which ladder? JC definitely doesn't have those hair physics. Exactly. You're correct. Not this one. Maybe I might confuse the game right now. Who knows? This one doesn't have any buttons. His vision is augmented. Exactly! Can you? No! You cannot leave. It's JC Denton's life. Has it been 5 minutes? It's been 5 minutes. Also, the guy's dead. Okay. Making sure. Wow. Okay, you know, just checking. Not a lot of things in this game make sense, so... Oh, I thought maybe... Whee! Stop screaming, it's fine. I need to touch the walls. Touching the walls. Touching the walls. Oh. Wait, I see something. Hold on. Hold up. Hold up. Lara, can you stop making sounds? It's fine, it's just a ladder. I don't even know why you're so slow. Like, girl. Oh my god, what happened? She can do all of those crazy acrobatics, but walking up a ladder? Oh my god, no. No, this is too difficult. Remember this, which is funny because I usually have issues remembering the levels nowadays. Meaning this level must have been really painful to play. Oh my god, you're not really... This is not giving me much confidence. Those parts were killed by ladders? Oh my god. You're saying Lara Croft is like Batman? Wait, I skipped this entire thing. Or did I? What? What? Mama! Ooh. Jump, but he's at the midway point? Oh, that thing! Why did you just grab it? I saw it from the from the water, but then I didn't see it over here. What's... Oh, is this gonna open? Grace, thank you so much for the follow. Oh! Hey, there it is. What is this? What is this? Open up! Open up! Batman would never? True. Ah! Why did I do that? I mean, I need to go up anyway. Why? Just a little bit of brain farts. A case of brain being not ready for everything. I don't know what I'm saying. Excuse me. Laura, can you like hurry up? Oh my god, this is painful after being used to like Assassin's Creed. And just jumping up everything. I wish I was playing Assassin's Creed. People hate, well, not hate, but like people say that the first Assassin's Creed is not so good, and I'm like, damn, bro, that's my favorite one. What do you mean? I'm Chris, playmate, Thailand. I can't resist. Oh, nice. Do you have nightmare? Whoops. Do you have war flashbacks from this game, or is it more of a pleasant memory? Shit, how do I do that without like killing myself? I think with time I ended up liking Brotherhood a bit more than the first one. Brotherhood is nice. I definitely like the music of Brotherhood. However, my issue is that there's like it's... Oh my god, dude, this was visible through the wall. There was a lot that you could do in just one spot, and because I kind of wanted achievements, I ended up, you know, trying to get 100% in the game, and it just made me so tired. Like, bro, there's too much stuff. I play Warframe. Warframe has ruined every concept of moving in a video game for me. Oh no. To be fair, it reminds me when my mother was with me. She used to complete all the levels. Oh. Imagine having a parent that plays video games. Couldn't be me. Ah, yeah. I phrased it wrong. She's alive. Yeah, I was like, do I read this? I'm glad she's fine. Not this. I never played these as a kid. My first Tomb Raider game was Underworld. Only because a friend of mine was like, hey, have you played this game? And I was like, what? What is this? And she was like, oh, you know, just Tomb Raider. I'm like, what? What? What's this? Well, that's the first game I've properly played. I've played a demo of Legends before, but that's it. Oh shit. Is Underworld the PS3 one? I've played on PC though, so I wouldn't know. I liked it a lot though. God damn it, and I have to go up again. I regret searching Roblox on TikTok. Why would you do that? What is she doing? Guys, what is she doing? She's on a ladder. Oh my god. I played the first one on someone else's PC back when it first came up. I really got very confused, decided to play something else and then get back to the other games. Fair enough. There's a lot of them. I had Tomb Raider Legends and also the previous one. Yeah, there's a ton of them. Those were the golden times. At least for me. Because I wasn't around for this one. I was doing a Roblox bingo? Jesus. Why are you hurting yourself like that? Another one for PlayStation 3, but don't remember which one. You start with an underwater level. Shit, fuck. I don't know. I had to lower my chair. My chair! Maybe this will help my, my neck. First of the new series, the one with the young Lara Croft. Oh, I really am looking forward to that one. I have it, but I haven't never tried it because I am someone with brainworms, and after I let the brainworms take over, nothing was ever the same. And I refuse to explain whatever that means. No! Why am I doing this? It's really fun. We have to accept that this Lara Croft is not the same as the classical in the custom. Ah, I see, I see. I remember when it was teased, and it just really has that really cool atmosphere. And I was like, whoa, what is this? And then, bro, that game came out so many years ago and I haven't played it yet. Like, that's kind of ridiculous. It is. That's on brand for me though. Pursue check. Oh my god, okay. If I play a game, anywhere from, what am I trying to say? That's not a good that's not what, blah, 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 blah. Lost my brain there. I usually play games after like 10 years. They come out since they come out because I either wait for sale or I just don't remember about them. You know, the normal, the usual. I have to blame Skyrim for this. You can call it retro gaming so you don't seem broke. I do the same when I held PS3. PS3 was my first console. It's crazy. But like, it is kinda on purpose, to be honest. Because like, I have newer games, it's just that I keep getting back to these ones. I prefer not to say, but upper 20s. Oh my goodness, what am I doing? Brains. I keep forgetting about the walk button. Ah. Have you ever wondered why this game doesn't have more music? Or is it just me? What? Where am I? I don't like this. I don't like this. You can see how old I am since this better hear my nickname. Oh, well, I guess this is not what I wanted to do. This was just here to confuse me. Oh. No, I refuse to say anything more. But yeah, I was about to say that I blame Skyrim for my brainworms because after I played Skyrim, to be honest, the first time I played it, I did not buy it. So just so we are clear. When you were born, I was ready. I didn't buy it. And after I was like, you know what, this is a really good game, I actually want to buy it. So I did buy it. I bought the Anthology edition after it came out. And then I realized, oh, wow, there's so many other games. I mean, this is the fifth game after all, like, surely. It should be obvious, but, you know, I got the Anthology edition, I was like, oh, this is interesting. Oh shit, oh god, I don't like this. And, well, playing Arena was very difficult. It spooked me out. I was not ready mentally for the game. And after that, I kind of like, I don't know, my brain kind of pivoted to being really focused on trying to get through games in release order, which is not really good. I don't recommend it. But brainworms, they do not choose. They do not ask for your opinion. They kind of decide for you. So, yeah. Remember where I used to make my mother finish the levels? Fair enough. I didn't have anyone who played games in my household. So there's a lot of games that I've played as a kid and I've never finished, and I'm like, wow, what if I would one day go back to them just to get through all of the silly places and levels that I got stuck on. Shit, not like this. I don't... Nah. Whee! Okay, that wasn't so difficult. What the heck was I doing earlier? Annually, my father hates jumping and he would always make me do his jumps. This stretched up to Dark Souls 1 when he would wait for me to come back home for Christmas to ask me to the jump. Or I don't know anything about this game yet, but that's so funny though. Do the jumps for me. The only thing my father used the computer for was most often to copy DVDs. Well, CDs, I guess, and later DVDs. And oh my god. Ah! Jesus Christ, this camera will be the end of me. Ah, dog! Did he copy that floppy? I don't know. Because despite my age, I never used that floppy disk. I saw them in my house. Sure, I know they were there. And we did have a drive. I never used them. I never had a reason to use them. I don't even know what was on those freaking floppies. To pirate them, I would say to have unlimited entertainment. And my first computer was an Amiga, which didn't have a HD and were purely floppies. Wow. I never used an Amiga. I love like old hardware. It's all cool. I only use a Commodore because my Jesus Christ, I loaded instead of saving. Because my cousins had it. But that's it. But only once, so it's not even like a big deal. It's okay, despite what they were. You all pirate something at least once. It's how it be. Come back here. I had a Macintosh. I never used a Mac. When I was in high school, my well, I guess specialization you'd say, not really, but let's just say that it's what it is, was math and computer science. So I was, you know, doing programming and all of that stuff. And when I started high school, they had some of those old ass Macs You know, the ones with like the colored backs and the in the freaking computer classroom, and they were already old back then. Don't get me wrong, it's not like that was like freaking I was in high school 20 years ago, but they had just these really old computers there for some reason. And when I started, they actually got a grant from the city to get new computers, and they were like, oh damn, so we'll be, you know, changing the hardware, and I guess we will have you try the Macs at least once, just so you know how it is. And we never did! The first class, when we were supposed to, you know, check out those Macs, we ended up just freaking carrying those stupid old PCs, well, Macs to like to the attic of the school, and bring up new PCs and plugging them in. That was my first class, and I was like, I was so upset. I was supposed to have my first experience with a Mac. It never happened. Where are those people? Do you want to hear a story from my childhood? I do want to hear a story from your childhood. Also, thank you, will hydrate. Is that the rectangle acid one? I don't know. What do you mean? I don't use the PC for gaming. What do you use the PC for? A Tomb Raider game. Rectangle acid. I'm not sure. Not sure. I knew. I know the first one had it, but I'm not sure about this one. Shit! No, not this! Whee! Don't shoot the dogs, shoot the people! The dogs are fine. I use my PC to work, and you say that my job is because it could be... What my job is, it could be... Oh, I see. I saw! Give me it's fun. The only thing I ever worked on a Mac was in the digital art class. Yeah, but I just, you know, I don't really care about Macs, but it's like, you know, if they tell you that, oh, you know, you might just try it, just to, you know, just so you get a feel of the system. That would be neat, but no, they decided we have to get the fuck out and get rid of all of that, and I'm like, So I basically wrapped running DOS on my Amiga, but then came the time to switch to Windows 3.11. My father sent me down in front of a new interface, causing me to burst in tears because without the DOS prompt, I didn't know how to operate a computer on a modern Mac, by the way, and some other Apple hardware. None of it is good, but I didn't pay for it, so it's not no skin off my back. I'm converted to Mac Linux machine. Yeah, nice. Oh my god, honestly, I cannot relate for obvious reasons, but that makes sense. It's like, Dad, how do you use this? What the fuck is this? I only have been timed out from Twitch because I told people what my job is. Oh Jesus. But why would you do that? You're crazy. Give me the Frankons. One more dude. Get rid of. Where are you? Fucking bozo. Cool job and Twitch is envious. Oh god. Makes sense. Twitch said, we can't have cool things in here. Is there Discord? There is a Discord, yeah. Hold on. What's with this level? Oh, ooh, broken glass. My favorite. Oh, of course. Of course. Why is this would happen? What a weird level. The heck? What is this geometry? Ow. Oh, hold on, let me... I'm gonna let you in. Okay, I'll let you in, by the way, sorry, I have to... I need to have it, with what's it called? With this invite system, because otherwise I'm not able to use my freaking server tag as an invite, which is dumb as fuck. Discord is a good platform. Yeah, I accept it. Ooh, do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. This. I want to get there. I want to get there. Yeah. Okay. I mean, if you wanna, I don't mind. Shit. What a weird level. Na na na. Na na na. I don't. Sorry. I don't. Yeah. No, I was like, I don't think I can just jump on top of this. No. My brain is full of Elder Scrolls. Why? They put this shit here on purpose to hurt me. They knew I would be stupid. Golden thing. No! Lara, why would you do that? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? I get distracted by all of these dogs. Oh, I didn't see it. Okay, I thought this was at the same height. Oh my goodness. Again! I've been at the opera house for half an hour! What do you mean? Oh, it's a trap! Is there nothing else in here? Oh my god, what the fuck. And here I thought I was actually... Jesus Christ. Here I thought I actually found something. People usually at the opera house for several hours. This place exists only to torment you? I think that's true. It didn't take me long to get to torturous level. Not long at all. Bestie, hello! Welcome. I hate this. I hate everything about this level. Will I slide down? No. What? Bard, but thank you. Why would you do that? Not me! Too late, it's you! Bard, but thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. What the heck? Larcraft was kinda too hard for me. I got the HTTP Masters for... What? Thank you so much. What the heck are you guys doing here? Hype! Guys, you have awakened... You've awakened the hype! Oh shit. Oh jeez, okay. I was like, oh no, I'm falling down to a bunch of spikes again. Hopping on this train. Oh good. Oh my god. Wait, what the heck? A baton? Why the music? Why the creepy music? Huh? What's happening? Oh, there's a person. Oh my goodness. I was trying to just lurk, but I was sniped. Decibels, I see you. It's okay. Even if you weren't here, it could have given you the sub. They kind of broke how subs work, and it's stupid as frick. Where's a dude? Come over here! I'm trying to shoot you. Oh, I'm using the wrong gun. I'm wasting my bullet. Did he just... You can't just go there! That's glass! Why? Because for a long time I was struggling in life, so now I have some money. I tend to give back. Ah, fair enough. I understand. I appreciate it. Thank you. My goodness. Is this guy trying to tell me something about this hole? I think he just wanted to make me crazy. And that's worse, which knows I tend to give up. It's like, oh, it's time for a scam train. Oh, that's why it chose you as the first recipient of the gifted sub. That makes sense. Shit, what are you doing, Lara? Whee! Doo-doo-doo. I forgot what I was about to say. He has a point. Oh. Also, Zesty, what about the HDR Master? I wanted to ask. How did it go? Ivory, no. I wish Lara said we during every jump. That would be fun. Thank you. The heck. What a weird place. Would this actually let me get those?
Incoming!
Q! Oh my god! Q! Thank you so much for the raid! How was your stream? Hello, Q! How you doing? How was your stream? How was your stream? My brain just like stopped working. Hello! Hello! Welcome everybody! Welcome! I hope you had fun at Q's stream. Thank you so much everybody for coming. You might know me. I am the person who plays a lot of old games all the time, and sometimes I draw. And yeah, that's me. Hello. Hello. NS Man, was I supposed to read that differently? I'm sorry. Moon Onyx, hello. Nodic Mimic, thank you so much for the follow. There's also a hype train. There is a hype train! Yeah, there's a hype train. Pipe train was like, hello. Moon Onyx, thank you so much for the follow. Wee. What is this sound? What's happening? What's happening? As you can see, I'm playing a game that gives a lot of pain and suffering to everybody who touches it. And that's not an understatement. Whee! Let's see, what did we get? Did we get... What is this emote? Salt? Who's salty here? Which one of you is salty? Tell me. We got a good pack of ghost cards. Oh, you mean good pack? And I haven't played that game. How does it compare to what's it called? To supermarket. That's what I meant to say. My brain didn't work there. What is this? This is an opera actually. Oh, I thought it was just... I thought it was a lie. What is this? No, oh my... Wait! Are you telling me I have to fight 4 keys? Find 4 keys? Tell me this is a lie. Tell me you're kidding. It's about as fun as supermarket, but the pack pulls make it more addicting. Ah, makes sense, yes. I understand. And they're gonna add playing the exo... Oh, okay, that's promising. Now it makes sense why so many people played it. Can you use this as a ladder? Wait, this is a ladder. I'm stupid. Never mind. You guys don't listen to me. Baton. So, I'll be lurking for a bit. Okay, thank you for the lurk. My goodness. Bro, this game keeps you on your toes. Also, I just want to say that this entire game is like Fallout. Like, no shit. You cannot go 2 steps without having to save because something stupid is gonna happen, and you'll have to redo what you did 3 times. It's exhausting, and sometimes even other things. I don't want to complain too much, but that's just how it be. Laura, oh no. Now I'm gonna be thinking about Wii. Not about the Wii, but Wii every time she jumps. I might do sound effects for you guys. Wii! Okay. She actually grabbed it, so that's good. Just be like, yes, the difficulty of this game is truly vintage. That's too true, and I'm not sure if I'm ready for that. How was she climbing up this thing? Doesn't make sense to me. Okay, I won't read that. I won't even read that. But yeah. I hope you guys are enjoying my choice of music for this. What is this? Is that just a bag of sand? Determination, force of will, and sheer grip strength. Or something. Good sir. And you're not good. You're terrible, I hate you. Oh, that surely was. What? How dare you? That's not fair! He was hiding in this little depression in the ground. Heck? What the heck, my dude? Is this the place with the golden collectible? Collectible? Ah, dog! This game is evil, by the way. Just so you know. Just so you know, this game is evil. It makes you shoot various things you might not want to shoot. Just so you know. Are you familiar with... hold on. With a game called Severance Blade of Darkness? I'm not sure, I don't think so. The name doesn't tell me anything. What is it? Oh, I know where I am. Oh, I should probably heal myself. That would be smart. I don't do smart things often. What is this? 1, 2, 3?
No.
Oh. Elevator? Nothing? Nice. Dark Souls before Dark Souls? Oh my god. It's a fantasy action adventure game, but I bring it up because it has a funny mechanic. You're only allowed to save 2 times per level if you want the true ending. What the heck? Ah! Is it also full of tank controls? I'm saying full of tank controls as if you could change it in the middle of the game. I want to know how to... hold on, I'm just gonna do something real quick. No, not this save. It has some more motor controls, but it is filled with insect kill death traps. Oh god. So... pain and suffering. I see. Is there a way to drop down here without hurting yourself? I don't think so. I probably have to get through here, get here through the opera place. Yeah, I'm just, yeah, never mind. Don't mind me, I'm just testing. It also has a really funny speedrun that involves your character tilting more and more to a point where you are running tilted up the walls. That sounds fun. That sounds fun. I would be interested in seeing that. Honestly, I like the idea of speedruns. Not so much playing them, but like they're crazy. What is this? What did I just do? I don't know what this did. The game didn't show me. Open the door! Zombie, open up! Open up! Who's there? God damn it. I should have, you know, jumped sideways instead of whatever the heck it was that I was doing. But, you know. It's dark in here. Oh. Never mind. I got tricked into thinking you might actually do something in here. Whee! How about this? Ah. There's a person with a gun. Let's kill them. Do you know a game Arabian Night? I do know that one. I haven't played it though. I'm curious. Why are you bringing it up? Is it another one of those? What is there? Why is the game trying to show me that corner? What is the reason? Ah! Man, I don't know why I like old games. I can tell you that much. It's just, there's something about them. It's like, I don't know. Cause old games nostalgia? True, but like most of the games I play here, I have never played before. So it's just like, I don't know, fake nostalgia. I like old games and I like new games and sometimes I even like making games. Oh, you're crazy! Wait, why did I come here? Oh yeah, I pulled this and it did something. It didn't show me what it did. And I forgot what I was doing, but now I know. But yeah, there's... I don't know, there's like a simpler time. I really like you know, it will be silly if I say I like the graphics of old games, because a lot of people will be like, what do you mean? Old games have this advantage of just, you know, having just enough fidelity to make sure you know what the heck you're doing. And using whatever they have, that's their best advantage. A lot of modern games will be just like blasting you with graphics. And a lot of the time it's like, wow, I don't even know what I'm supposed to do here. And it's like, it's difficult to find anything because everything is pretty, you want to look at it, but it's like, I don't really want to play this, I just want to stare at it. You know what I mean? I don't know if this makes sense. I'm very specific about my wants, my reasons. But really, a lot of old games are really good, and then just got overlooked because of the wonky graphics. Rough and wonky and controls, yeah. Oh, that dude is above me? I thought he was on the same level. Oh well. Oh well. Hey, can you go over here? I can shoot you? Just asking nicely. Hey, come over here. No, you have to shoot straight. I know that's a difficult concept. Frick, he moved. Why did you move? Why did you move, my dude? It's like... I hear something, but I don't see anything. This is terrible, what am I doing? Pure, cheesing. Except it's not working. Many years ago, I was looking into it as a game to speedrun. And after I found some glitches, I think Gotti Goose and Drunken Shoe pointed to the game, and then at the end of 2017... Gotti made a joke that if he gets enough money in donations, he'll submit it to HDQ 18, and someone he got it, so submitted the game got accepted, he showed off the game, people really liked the run, at the end she asked people to get the GOG wishes and upvoted. Oh! And it's on GNG and I feel like I'm part guilty for that abomination being on GNG. No, you're just saving gaming history! Remember! Nothing bad about it. I mean, I know this is like, I'm partially joking, but like only partially. Concerning graphics, a good game can have bad graphics, but good graphics won't say about a game. Not that old games always have bad graphics, so to say they sometimes do. There's difference between quality and fidelity. True. You have a point. You do have a point. And then there's stuff like original System Shock. Whee! Here, I for once remember to press the button. Oh my god, this is so slow. Never mind. I might have pressed the button, but that didn't save me. Wait, what was I even... What was I saying? I forgot because I fell. Either way. There's some games that you cannot really play in their original form because of how they play. Not like that would stop me, personally. But I know that a lot of people are like, damn it, this shit unplayable. What is he even shooting at? Can you lock on to him? Lara? Why does the enemy placement here? I swear to god. It's so dumb. My hot take, I prefer how the original System Shock looks over the remake, but goddamn the controls. I mean, I've played the enhanced edition, and it wasn't really that painful. So you can always play that one. And like I don't mind the remake. I would say it this way. It's good that it exists. What is that? There's something behind this wall. But I have a soft spot for the original. What? Oh, there's rocks in here. I think they were supposed to fall down, but they didn't. Only some of them rolled. What was the lag? Never forget chess. Exactly. That's why I stick to arcade games, pure and playable as is. I see where you're coming from. I understand your your point of view. I don't play arcade games for the pure reason of I need some kind of semblance of like progression. Like kind of seeming, I don't know, like a story, something, I don't know if it makes sense, but like even this game, you could argue there's no story, but like the levels are sort of doing the job of telling you the story. I don't know. I think it's not really a good example. It's difficult to really make sense. Oh my god. I don't know, like think of, I don't know, Assassin's Creed. That one has more story. I'm not bringing up RPGs because those are obvious, but yeah. I don't know. I know I'm not really making a lot of sense what I'm saying right now, but my brain is scrambled. And yeah. Not saying that I do not appreciate arcade games. I think it's good they exist, and you know, people enjoy them, and that's fine. Everyone has to have something for themselves. It's fine. Oh no, I pressed the button. I had a blackout and lost connection. Oh no! Arcade card games. Ooh. Arcade games can be nice, but most of my favorite genres don't exist in arcade. There are D&D arcade games? Look, arcade has some of those D&D cabinets, they're fun. Could've found this to get a Mr. to enjoy old custom. Ah! Oh my goodness. Wrong button. They aren't RPGs, they're beat 'em ups. Oh! Oh! Okay, I think no, wait. I know there's like a Baldur's Gate on a PlayStation or something. Or am I thinking about something else? What was that game that was a hack and slash on PlayStation? Bro, my memory's so bad. Lord of Doom and Shadows over Mystara, if memory serves me. Ooh. Video games. Dragon's Crown? Song of Dragons? I don't know. No, Kong sounds better, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, you made a better name. Oh god, rat time! Yeah. Kong of Dragons is the newest Donkey Kong game. Finally yet to be released. Oh god. No! I fell! I see. I see how it is, game. You're evil. I get it. Hello! Ah, you fuck! Stop shooting me! No, don't shoot at the rat! We don't care! What did the rat do to you? 283 is even worse? What do you mean? What do you mean? You're scaring me! How can it be worse? Fucking jump scared by a dog, oh my god. Jesus. Thanks for giving me the subs. Anonymous benefactor. You are chosen or been chosen to relocate to one of our best facilities. That's not even how it goes. I don't remember how it goes. All I know is Half-Life brains. You shot that man so many times he died of lead poisoning. Good. What is this? I fell and hurt my bones. I hurt my bones. Our finest remaining urban centers. Oh god. I've been chosen by Twitch gods because I didn't tell my nasty job here. Oh god. Wait, actually, I'm supposed to check what you did. Ah, I see, I see. Yeah, I guess that would make sense. I mean, not that I really understand it. Job is a job, but yeah. Yeah, I read it just now. Hehe, woohoo, wahee, turning into Mario because I stupid. I stupid, yes. See? All the proof you need. They are envious. Because they keep losing money. It's me, Mario. Oh, those are coat hangers. I see. Is this where the golden thing was? Golden thing. Eh? Why can you move this? What? Huh. Weird. Special. People are making it sound worse. Is the sound I make when I push a big box. I don't know what that sound was, but that wasn't me. Can push it. What the fuck do I do with this then? I don't understand. I don't understand. I could push it over there, but I don't think there's a reason with that? Question mark? She's strong. She is. She is. I don't know how. Lara, tell us your secrets. I'm just gonna put it here for no reason other than I can. Because I don't know what the heck I'm supposed to do with this box. Thanks to speedrunning scene, Nintendo, I forever have a visceral hatred for Mario games. Oh god. I have... Oh Jesus. Ah! Fuck! Nintendo is enough for me? Same. They kinda dropped the ball. Nothing they do will fix my hatred. Ah, okay. They ruined themselves in my eyes. Here we go. Sliding down. Wow. Guys, we got a key. I have every time I see a key in this game, I get war flashbacks. From that one level in the first game, you know, the one in the sewers, where I just, for the love of me, couldn't find a key. She can push high boxes, she can't survive being sliced by a fan. I don't think... What kind of fun? I hope you mean like a normal fun and not like a parasocial fun. I don't know why I said that. Don't ask me. I had like a moment of something in my brain. It wasn't a moment of clarity, more like a moment of rot. Did you know Lara had a special animation where she climbs? What kind of animation? I heard you, rat. Hey, Half-Life flashbacks, let's go! As per as an achievement, my biggest fan to Deus Ex Rebutchered, I'm going to ask you. I'm not gonna buy this game. I'm not gonna touch it. I'm gonna wait for that, what's it called? Hold on. There is this one mod that's being worked on currently. That will make... So, yeah, Surreal 98, exactly, yeah. That you can use to upgrade any Unreal game to Unreal 4, I believe? And that's really cool. And that's what I'm gonna get. You have to pull the lever up slightly when you're hanging on an edge. You mean the stand? What the heck is this? How do I get through here? Oh, okay, never mind. That wasn't even difficult. I just did wrong. Let's jump into the fun, let's go! Oh, I thought you meant like a ladder climbing animation, I was confused. Can you shoot at this? How the heck do I get here without dying? I'm glad you think, because I certainly don't. How am I supposed to do this? Oh! I see. Apparently. Just this little bit of elevation allows you to just jump straight onto this. How was I supposed to know this? No! Oh god. Ah, it hurt me! Guys, it's been 2 hours. What do you mean, 2 hours? Have I been playing this level for 2 hours? Bro, I'm not gonna get through 3 levels today. Oh. I stretched. Baton. Really? We're back here. And yeah, let's see. Migrant says hello. She's watching the stream with me now. Oh, hello! Hello, Chris's girlfriend. I hope you're having a good time. Hope you're having a good day. What the heck am I supposed to do now? How do I get out of here? They gave me this cube, but they won't let me actually use it anywhere. I have a key that I know where to use, but like... First, I need to get out of here. Maybe there was a door somewhere? Maybe? But I feel like there's something about this that I'm missing. Ugh. B. Like, there was just this button to open the door. Wait, there's another thing over there. Okay, I didn't see it. So why did this open? What was the point? Oh, that's a secret. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for an exit. I moved the cube. That's what I did. I mean, that's what I did. So it's not like I didn't do anything about it, but it didn't help me. Oh, aye, aye. Can you go up? Up from where? Ay, 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 ay. Oh my god, okay. Well, that teaches me not to run in the darkness. You like chess? I cannot play chess. I never learned how to play chess. My grandpa could play chess. He never taught me how to play chess. the sad truth. Life is like a game of chess. I can't play chess. Stop it! Oh god, I did it again. Stealing his soul? No, but there's like nothing above this. Oh, you're just supposed to run out. Okay. Wait, maybe... Hold on, I think I know. Hold on, I figured it out. Never mind. I just had a moment of dead brain. I want to get out of here! The sound of those fans are breaking my brain. So used to die there that you were the same. Oh. Push it more. You can't- oh, you can't push it more, never mind. What? Where did you come from? Listen, I understand pushing such a huge box, but like, pulling it from the bottom? It truly is. It's crazy like that. What is that sound? There you go. I think that it's best for me. I tried to get some. Okay, sleep well. Okay, well, that's one way of doing this. Where did he go? Over here, you creep. Lara the kangaroo head will be flat at the end of the stream. What if it already is? Shit. Whee! Oh no, I didn't mean to press the button. It takes longer. Hey, we got through that stupid place. Where did he go? Ah! That answers my question. Oh, man. The Earth! No! Stop with the lies! This is because my girlfriend is my world and she's flat. Oh my god. Punch him. Ornate key. Wait, this is the... What? Seriously? This is why I did this? To just get out of here? Really? Can you only use this key for one thing? Normal questions being asked. Reality is often disappointing. I know where else I could go, but that doesn't really seem like there's not much point to it. Or maybe not. Yeah, I can go through up there, possibly, but far the path. Not a lot of people remember Blob anymore. Is this sad or what? Harriet! Imagine forgetting Blob. I mean... Well... It's more like... just not knowing about Blob.
No.
Oh. Why not? Hey, let's cheese it and just use it anyway. Yeah, I tried. Like, I sort of knew this wouldn't work, but you know. Can't blame you for trying.
Cheese.
Ah! No. It's me, a cheese. Are you a piece of cheese? I suppose I'm the one who has to be asked that question. Oh shit. This just triggers some... Cheese is good! Wait, I remember, right. You can't get up here. Okay. Captain, hello! Oh god. I don't have that kind of money. You cannot afford cheese! Ah! Unless... This much? What do you mean? God damn it. What am I doing? What? How? I like cheese, but I don't even understand. I mean, even I don't understand that. Laura, why can't you grab anything if it's like in an angle? At an angle, I mean. Why are you like this? Good quality costs. Oh. That's a lot of cheese. I don't think... I'm not sure how much my mother buys per month. But I'm pretty sure it's not over a kilogram. And that's for 4 people. I can't. I cannot. I cannot. I cannot. I don't know what I'm trying to say. I'm like at a loss for words here. Did I get stuck or something? Pretty sure I did something wrong. If I disappear, no, it wasn't my choice. Oh my god. I'm sorry. Sazami, open up! Bro, what is this level? Unless... Wait. Shit. Unless I was supposed to close this way so I could... I mean... That's possible, but that's stupid, but it's possible. Yeah, I was there before. Maybe I'm supposed to open this back because I opened this door instead. Don't see a lot of point. Gotta go. Oh my goodness. If you're made of cheese and you get eaten, I'm so sorry. But thanks for hanging out. Critical, hello.
No.
No. Laura said no.
No.
I don't know why. What's your problem, girl? Guys, I am confused. I still don't know how to get here. Good night. I want to get over there. Wait, There is potentially an option. Oh shit!
No.
No. Out of all of the levels, this one is the most infuriating so far. Not comparing it to the first game though, because that one was, you know... that one was its own thing. Not sure if I'm supposed to do it this way. But there is an option, I guess. I don't know. I kept wondering what this truck reminded me of. I kept hearing a stronghold fighting us. Oh god. Oh, well, now the soundtrack just told you what it is. Just no more surprises. Soundtrack was like, oh, you know what I am? You don't want to know where I came from? What is this? Eh? Can you grab the wall? Okay, never mind. I need to get to the other side, but like, oh. Not like this, for sure. It truly is gonna be. Oh my god. I'm sorry for. I'm sorry to all of your eyes for the freaking flashbangs and every now and then. The game does not know what it's doing. Not like I'm trying to excuse it. I am just as upset as you are. Game, I don't understand. There's a lever over here. But like, I cannot get there. Open up! Don't get it. What do they want me to do? I bet I just one more time have like missed either a ledge or one button. That was hidden out of sight. So far, that's my experience with this entire series. Wait. Wait, I'm dumb. Oh my god. What? Oh Jesus Christ, that's not what I wanted to do. Ah! No, not like this. Wait, there's a box in here? I'm stupid. Oh my god, I didn't notice. Then everything is obvious. Jesus Christ. Dog! This dude is shooting at me through a box! That's not fair. So... when was this game ever fair? Yeah, to be honest. Jump in the water? Dogs hate baths. What if it's this one weird dog that actually likes baths? Hello ahead. What am I saying? I don't know. Anyway, hello Snooze, how are you doing? You idiot. Did he drop anything for me? Glass! Is that where the secret is? Good? Glad to hear that. What the heck? I'm pretty good too! My last week was terrible, but... New month, new me. That doesn't make any sense, but yeah, I'm good, thank you. Been doing a lot of, what's it called? Art studies, actually. So... There's progress. And different things. I have this whole Ask course that I got. Repeat 12 times a year and you're on to winner. Oh, I don't think I could do that. I think 6 times a year would be difficult enough. Hey! There we go. So what's this about? Not No! Oh my god, you know what? You're not even- oh my god, you're not even wrong. You're not even wrong. I know that's not what I said, but you're not wrong. So I have an art course that I've bought like half a year ago. I didn't do it because it was only released like as half the entire thing. And the other half like released a bit later, and I kind of lost my motivation because of that. Because like all of the fun parts of the course were in the second half, and I kind of didn't feel like waiting 2 months, so I just didn't touch it for a bit. Anyway, the person, you know, the tutor. They kind of are a bot person, so so a lot of those, you know, gesture drawings that I did involve like women with big butts, and you're not wrong. It is an ass course. Oh god, can't believe this. Like, didn't expect that, but that's just the truth. Can I get on top of this? Please. Oh god, this are asking to increase. Oh, you cannot step on this. I see. How the heck am I supposed to grab this? Then. I'm gonna go to the one on the other side first. You'll be commissioning us drawings to see if the course help. No! I wonder if you could either get yourself kicked off or refunded if you just submitted the most for. Let's see for. Ah! Oh my god. What? This just. Oh, I see. Seriously, that's almost. I thought this would. Like, open up the gates under me and I would fall into water. I thought it was a trap. You know what? I don't know. But something tells me it wouldn't. Glass. Why can't I just push it? I want to push it. Whee! Okay. Yes, I've been doing this level for 2 hours. And I wanted to do 3 levels a day. Well, 3 levels of stream. And now I know that this won't happen. I knew there was like a catch to my previous time. Well, my time with the previous game. Because the previous game had 15 levels. This one has 18. Potentially 21 because there is... What is this? A couple of levels were released for free later, and I think I have those too. And the previous game took me 9 streams, I believe. So I was like, last stream I managed to beat 3 levels. So that would mean I should potentially need 6 streams to beat this game. And the math just didn't work for me, and now I know why. Some of these levels are not like the others. Streams in this last done 3 levels? Oh my god. Don't. See you tomorrow. Oh my god. Pure torture. Goodness. Oh goodness gracious. Ooh, what's this? Lara cannot grab a ledge if it's not perfect 90 degrees. If she's not at perfect 90 degrees. The ledge. I don't know why. How about you don't do that? Oh. Also, guys, on Tuesday is my 3-year anniversary. Can you believe that? What do you mean I've been here for 3 years? I feel like this game has been 3 years. That was terrible. That was such a bad timing. Jesus Christ. And I don't want to say I have anything special because I don't really have anything special. But I will do some things. So you know. If you feel like hanging out, then I will be here. Olge for sure. And man, oh my god. Olge and I don't even have stuff. No! Like, I don't even have a proper model. I don't have anything proper. Proper alerts on it, nor anything else. One day I'll get there, but when will that day be? Who knows? Ooh, lever. Why are we destroying things? Oh. E. Lara's favorite activities are mutilating endangered species, and destroying ancient ritual sites. No, that's not a ritual site, but anything ancient, basically. You don't need no more. That's all. Be quiet, Lara. Nothing happened. You just fell in the water. What is this? Can I have some light? What's this music? Is that from this game? It is from this game. What the heck? Oh my god, have you guys ever seen a flooded basement? This game claims it's special. What is this? A bomb! Tracy, a bomb! Oh, my eyes. Jesus. Is this, the top of that the scene? Wait, this is closed. What? What? I guess not here. Or maybe I need to go this way to open the door, to open another door. By the way, if you're not aware, Tomb Raider is basically find a lever to a lever to a lever. It opens a door to a different lever. And then you might be lucky enough to find out a secret. Not even a solution. This thing's gonna find lever? You almost guessed. Next you're gonna find a key. Oh my god, look what you did! You spawned a lever! Ooh. Ah! Bro. So dark in here. Oh goodness. I'm saving so I can cheese with the flares. Bro, it's so dark. You know, you could argue with me that aren't all games like that? You need to find some sort of Well... what would be a good word to describe this? Wait, how do I get there? Was there to be found at points? Wait, no! Oh my god. How do I get there? Let me go! Let me go! Let me get through this! Bro, what the fuck? I don't think I can get... I don't think. See? This is my problem. Thinking in this day and age? I don't think I should be going up here again, but I sort of don't have any other Wait, I'm stupid! I know. The problem is I wasn't supposed to jump down here. Thinking he's like this economy. Bro, this thing over there. This thing above her head. Do you see it? I was looking at it from this side. I thought there was like a person standing there, and it freaked me out for a minute. Jesus. I have my weird, whatever the fuck. Time to put it into the machine. Put it into the wall! My weird magic potato. Relay box. Is that what it is? I think that's potato, but fine. Call that what you wanna. Would be nice if this box locked, closed after you putting it in. Would be nice. Would be really cool. But I probably shouldn't expect so many fun things from this game. I thought that was a rat. That was just my shadow. She's gonna fall if I do this right. How the heck am I supposed to get here then? Yeah, here we go. Broken bones. Do you think Lara's happy? I have no idea, man. You're asking real questions. And that's too much for me. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Wait, maybe... Will it give it back? Oh! It is going back. Okay, I'm just stupid. Wow, look at those graphics, man! I don't think I'm supposed to go inside, though. Or maybe. We will try, and we will see. And if I get locked in here forever, then that's what I get. Wow! Okay, I was wrong. I didn't get stuck. I died. Oh shit, I didn't sleep. No! Don't use the flares! Bro, are you telling me I'm just gonna do one level today? I didn't expect it to be this long. That was terrible, but no, it doesn't matter. It's fine. You like pick it up? Mm-hmm. Ahem. Ahem. My body is leaking blood. But that's fine because I'm That's all I ever wanted. The fuck? There's another one? Oh, never mind. I'm stupid. Wait! I'm not stupid. It was an accident, but I actually needed to be here. Ooh. Seriously? That's what is opened? You know, I thought that maybe it would matter. Instead of being whatever this was. God damn it, I'm stuck on the wall. Hello? Where are we? Ooh. Bro, that won't be working. That shit's wet. What are those noises? Oh, I see. Sure. They made it this way, cause this is too freaking high up to be able to for you to be able to freaking get out of there. That's like such a dumb thing. Laura Croft. Law. Laura, why do you hate Mother Nature? Oh. Wait, actually, this should be the end of the level. What? There's something I want. And it's under the freaking elevator. Oh my god, I did it again. No, that's not what we weren't supposed to do. Leave that shit alone. Circuit board. What the shit? Ah! Oh, she didn't get hurt. Unusual. Okay, for a second I thought that I just freaking got stuck, but thankfully, for once, this game was nice. I bet it was thinking about, you know, probably making me pay for my mistakes. I see a person. Okay, whatever. Ah. Eh. Whee. Well, shit. And they're chuck another fall on the board. Oh my god. I don't think anyone's actually keeping count. Oh my god. I'll go through the vault later. No! Save yourself. Accidentally pressed the button with my leg. What the fuck was that? Whee! Wow! That's nice. Surprisingly. Do you think next level will have any doomness to it? No. That's what the door was, oh my god. I know better than expect good things from this game. Well, not even good things, like anything that remotely makes sense. Like the last 3 levels have been trying to catch up some dude. Working with like Chinese mafia, whatever the fuck. For whatever reason. Stop screaming. This is just a little shortcut. Hey, stop shooting me. Cheating. Come out! There you go. Don't fall into the water. Also, I didn't get to go over there. Him. I expected it. Not like it really served me, because I'm bad at it anyway. Jesus Christ, Lara Croft, you're dead. Maybe a different weapon would be good. Wait. Whoa! Finally found this. Nice. Don't think that really helped me much, but oh well. Eh. Is that what it was above that elevator? Oh jeez. I don't think that's how I pronounce that. Fuck is this? Just a trap. In case, you know, you were feeling like this wasn't challenging enough. You get stuck in between boxes while 2 strong dudes hit you with something. Can you get on this box? I swear to God. I'm gonna lose my shit. Who came up with the controls? Oh, now I see. I was like, why didn't I get to that other platform? Well, it's because I'll be going there now. So what's behind this? I just realized the box is shorter. The fuck? Hey, see what I found. What just happened? You know, I appreciate it when games tell me, or at least show me, what I did. Not this one. This one is like, I will tell you if I feel like it. Beautiful lamp. I somehow had a feeling it was just a hole. And it fell in here anyway. Like an idiot! Like a stupid person! Oh, I didn't see what it did. No, I don't. Oh my goodness. Ow, my eyes. I hear wolves in the background of this music. I'm drawing different ones because this one... Nah. Actually... Here. What are you saying? Oh god. Oh Jesus. There you go. I posted in Discord. Let the fall happen. I will fall in the water though. What do we? The counter must increase. The counter. Actually. Oh! We still have this command. If you guys wanna play around with this shit. I don't blame you if you're done though. What the fuck? This command was added 2 years ago? Oh my god, it was 2 years ago when I was playing System Shock for the first time. And there's another one for cheesing, which means basically loading the game. Where did he come from? Where did this animal come from? Oh! There you are. This level is incomprehensible. Truly.
I see you're trapped in my gay and stupid maze again.
Exactly. And how GLaDOS would say, and we weren't even testing for that. Fucking pendulums. Oh my god, guys, I'm with fucking shit a break. Why? Why did they load? What? Why are boxes barking at me? Oh, hello. I can't even shoot you. You're outside of me. Side. That's no fair though. No fair at all. Not fair though, because everyone else can shoot me even if I'm not in the line of sight. And I can't! What kind of game is this? What was that? Sounded like a grenade or something. Hmm. God damn it. You dead? No. Why am I fighting fucking Duke Nukem? Only 2 left. There you go. Problem solved. Ooh, baton. That was probably the shortest fight I did so far. Why does this game need enemies when your biggest freaking enemies is gravity? I didn't mean to use this. What the fuck? Let's not waste good enemies. What am I saying? Weapons? God damn. Vanya, don't look. I see a box that can be moved. Close your eyes and close your ears. Wow. What the fuck was that? She said. A magnum! And a death! Hey, that wasn't due to gravity. Wait, did I already press the button? I don't know, I think I did. Bitch. The fuck is that? Hexagonal! Why does this game have so many weapons? I just had a thought, was like, imagine being a dev to Tomb Raider. You already shipped Tomb Raider 1. And you know, you are currently working on the next installment to your hit series. And you're like, what could this game need? Better controls? No, let's just add 5 different weapons. What were they thinking? Levers. Oh, true. True. You got a point. Is there something about this? No? Why is it here then? Ooh! My fucking finger hurts! Ow. Just stupid arrow keys. And if you're asking why I'm... What? That's a plane. The fuck? Yeah, I know, right? What is this? People had... There's no doors on this plane! What do you mean? That's not real, that wasn't there.
But it's not quite the same now, is it?
Someday you will get a speeding ticket for that tongue, Fabio.
Hey, it's just a gut feeling that maybe you are wrong to look there.
What the fuck?
Is your belief so fragile? Relax. Breathe deep. The gut, Fabio. It's no more direction than a simple through and out.
Sorry, I'm muting music.
He confided to me that he was enlightened. Echoed by something greater than impulse.
This dude has red eyes.
But he was just a disciple in this design. His death, plotting a path to be sought by the One, his son. You understand? Have faith, Fabio. Not God-wrought. We are searching the right place.
I know it. I believe it, Marco.
Good.
Marco.
Heroes, have you fixed that rail yet?
Oh. Wow. Wow, this is one freaking track. The only track we have in this game. I'm gonna start. I'll try using the freaking D-pad. Well, D-pad? Not D-pad. What's it called? The freaking stick. I didn't use it because it's hell trying to use that in this game. I've been using a D-pad instead, but my finger hurts now, so I don't think I can do it much longer. A pad? No! The pad. Mamma mia! No! I meant to jump on top of it. Wow. What? That doesn't make any sense. Why would it be built like that? Who built this place? Russians? Wait, are you saying this shit is timed? Bro. Do I look like I know how to do anything quickly in this game? Do I look like? Like, it's really closed, so what the fuck? Maybe oh my god, am I supposed to like move shit out of my way? Oh my god, I have to freaking... Oh! Whose idea was it to make a freaking boxing moving minigame in this? Hey, let's move on the boxes. I have an idea for a level. I know what the next level is gonna be. Gonna be Lara Croft stuck in a cell, and you'll have to move a box to find a lever. So the level will allow you to can you only move those dirty boxes? Oh my god. You can move the boxes so that you can find a lever, open the gate from the place, so that you're no longer stuck. You hear me? You hear me? So you find that you open the door, but the door is you know, it's timed. So you have to do some puzzle moving around shit to be able to get out of there. Yes. Can you repeat the part about the lever? You see, there's a lever in this game. For commentating. Oh my god. No. What? I didn't even get to press it. I even get to freaking set it up. Bro, they took my weapons! All of those guns I've collected so far? What the heck? If you did offend, hate good things. Sorry. I didn't mean to be annoying, but... What? Seriously? This is too high for her to get out. Can you push these? Wait, I see a freaking lever. And I can't understand her. What do you mean? God, Bugs, I know, right? What? I mean, listen, you cannot blame her. If people keep using that command when you're like playing a puzzle game that relies solely on freaking communicating. I know it's fun, but like... We burn a lot. In this game and other games, in some games. Goodness gracious. Wait. Hold up. Oh. And what does this do? That's what I meant to do, but sure. Ah. Okay, I guess not this. But how else do you get there then? So sorry, guys. I see. I hear things, I repeat things. I'm like an animal. Okay. I want to get behind this stupid thing. Cause there's a thing. There's a thing behind the thing. Just screeching noises drive me crazy. And we still don't have any tombs. You know, frankly, I just want to say as expected, but I don't think you guys are happy about it, so... Wait, I'm stupid. It was over there. I didn't see it. Get out of here! Before I get onto the plane, I want to get over there. Actually, you know what? No. Let's get on the plane first. I think that's probably a solution to... What? Baton? What? Of course, that's how vehicles work. You just press a button right in the middle, and then the engine stops going. Yes. Of course. Like what else did we expect? I thought I could get on top of this. I'm probably doing this wrong, but like I don't know how else to go there, so... I'm just gonna play it my shitty way. Let it get up there. Want to get up there. Wait. Never mind. Offshore rig. We are over the shore. Why is it so green? I'm sorry. I know you've heard me make this noise 3,000 times by now, but like... I cannot help it. Oh my god, I loaded instead of saving. Yeah, me too. What? Wait. Oh. Am I? What? Oh my god. No? What the heck? Okay, I see. You just jump through an engine. Sure. Whatever. Yeah, like I don't have any other questions for this game. Not anymore. Why am I trying to understand what the fuck is happening here? That's just one of the guns. Where's the rest of my guns? Are you saying that throughout all of this time that I've been here, you know, just running around, no one tried to, I don't know, run after me, get in the water, shoot, whatever the fuck? What is this? Raw. That was such a dumb trap. And yet I was like, something up there. Can I turn that shit off? Why not? It's driving me crazy. Can I... Wait, what's the name of the thing? Please tell me this will stop the alarm. A little pass card. Okay, never mind. That was obvious. No, please! What the fuck? Motherfucker! Turn off the shit! Oh my god, thank god. What? Now turn it back on? No! What? Whoa! Why did I make that sound? What? I'm not ready. I'm not ready for whatever that is. Why is the game pretending it has music all of a sudden? What's on this side? Is it the same? Give me the gun. That's not a gun. That's not even close enough to be a gun. Oh, explosives. Wow. Oh god. Whee! They don't explode. What? No, guys. Guys. Oh no. Oh no. We've passed the lever territory. Now we're into fucking color card territory. Yellow postcard, now red postcard. I didn't know this game had it in it. Someone got fucking what's the word? What's the word? Inspired by what was it? Doom? Was Doom the one with the colored keycards? Should have played Doom. Where did you come from? That was pathetic, man. And that's coming from me. Wow, they played card games on this. What's this? What is this? The fuck is this? Oh my god, harpoons? Guys, I don't want harpoons, I want normal steering. Steering, no. Control, steering. Lara Croft is a car. To be honest, she is a tank, so I guess that makes sense, sort of. What the fuck? Bunk beds? Lara Croft. Every now and then a game will have a sleeping area with bunk beds and you have to check every bunk bed for something useful. Wow, why is there a button near one of them? Imagine you're one of the people in here and you're like, oh, what did your bed have? And you're like, oh, mine had a button. What was that all about? What does your button do? It opens something. It opens a hole in the ceiling. Oh my god! I'm gonna I want to talk to the person who designed this. I just want to talk. I swear, it's nothing else. I just want to talk. I want to ask them some questions. Some pressing questions about the design of these levels. And perhaps the puzzle solving methods. And like, I want to ask them if their mother dropped them when they were a baby, but like, maybe, that's only a maybe. What the fuck am I supposed to do here? Oh my god, I went from the wrong side as... Wow. Why is the bottom bed thicker? You can get a top bunk, but your bed is gonna be terribly uncomfortable. You want a broken back or a broken neck? Actually, never mind. You get both from the top bunk. Yeah. Excuse me, what am I supposed to do there? The junk is going well. Oh my god. How am I supposed to grab this? What the fuck is that sound? Sound of breaking bones. I'm lurking. That was too much. I'm so sorry. Mama! Ooh! I don't wanna die. But it happens no matter what. Okay, terrible, 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 terrible. You didn't hear that. Oh, you can do it this way. I didn't know. GameSpot gave this game 5.7 out of 10. Do you agree, streamer? I do agree. I didn't know they rated it this low. Oh my god. They knew for once. They were like, this shit is not. It's not fire. What did they give to the first one? I want to know. Guaranteed to kill you at least once because no one will go down that backwards. Yeah. Only after you die a couple of times you'll be like, oh my fucking god. I'm not sure if you could even do that backwards in the first game. The first one got an 8 out of 8.5! I wonder why. Though, it did come out a lot earlier, so... At that point they were like, I swear to God. I think they agree with me, they were like, you can get a fucking add a fucking harpoon to the game and you cannot add normal controls? What's wrong with you? Bros never played Metal Gear Solid. Got fearful of the Metal Gear Solid. What the heck? My brain is melting. Tomb Raider will have Metal Gear at home, which is terrible because both of those games were for PlayStation. Funnily enough, like, I probably wouldn't complain so much if it was on PC originally. What's at the end of this corridor? Oh, seriously? This is what this was? Why? Also, what is this? Why is there like an open ceiling over here? You can't even get there. Oh my god, don't. The game, it's testing me. Unless there is a way to get there and I just don't know. How would you even do this? This is how I feel about this game. You know what? You know what this game got those 5.8 points for? The fucking rounded of boobs. Nothing else. It's all over, I'll ask you. I'll ask you if you regret this experience. I can't really tell you, yes, probably, but maybe not as much. I probably cannot tell you exactly how much I- what? Oh! I see. I want to get out of there. I want to get over there and jump off and be happy for once. Can you do me one more favor? Can you check what score did number 3 get? Number 3. Because I fear for my life. Ooh. Oh, okay. Sure. That makes me hopeful for the future. Tomb Raider 2. 5 out of 10. Not enough tombs. What the fuck is this? Why are you making noise again? Shut the fuck up. Did they go to the end of this? Because I don't remember. What the fuck? What do you mean? All this time suffering and replaying Dingletopia. My god. Well, I think this game deserves a slap on the wrist for putting a fire symbol on those freaking barrels and not having them explode. Jesus fucking Christ. recently cheesed. I didn't know you can actually jump on jump on top of this. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Stop it! Ooh, 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 ooh. Imagine playing this game and like the freaking what's the word I'm looking for? I don't want to say dining room, but like, you know, main room of your house. And I think my mother would kill me if she had to listen to those noises for longer than like 2 minutes. Imagine getting this game from a loved one. I think it would make me question everything I know. What the fuck is this for? Like, what's the point of this? Am I supposed to push this somewhere? Oh, I do. I do have to push it. Oh, Jesus Christ. It'd be nice if you like grabbed it or something, I don't know. Broken skull. Wow, 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 wow. Where's the button to turn it off? Turn that shit off! I don't see buttons. Understand. Here are a respite for your ears. I'll only a very short one. What if I fall in here? Nothing. This is what noise does to my brain. Oh my goodness, that's not even the same alarm. You can't turn it off from here. Although, you know, I'm curious. This door at the end. Oh my god. This door at the end here. Why? Why does it close when I get close to it? No girls allowed? Ooh. Ooh. This game is torture. Like, it was already annoying, but like, with this fucking noise in the background, Jesus Christ. I use exit the better. Though it did come out later. How do you guys feel? Crazy yet? Do you want to hit the alarm more? I'm sorry. Your brain will not be the same after this. Oh shit. You're telling me I'm supposed to jump over there, but she doesn't understand angles. Sounded starting like my wife. My mom. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Barbath's wife. What the fuck? The presence is spreading. Oh god. No, don't do that! Wait! Where did I get these back? Eat lead, bozo! Green! What? That was a very... That was one of the sounds of all time. What? No animation, just look, it's full now. I put my life in a situation? I'm sorry. Then don't do it. I swear it's not good. It's not a good idea. Don't listen. What? You cannot get. Also, I'm sorry, but I have to go back there. No, I wouldn't. Stop it. Wait, he did drop something? I don't think he didn't. Him. Way! Woohoo! We're swimming in a green... In green water. I don't want to... Maybe it's not green, maybe it's just the textures and the color. Back in the day with when water was blue! Hello. Good night. Hmm. What the heck? I have to go over here? That doesn't make sense. Wait, there's something I need to do here. Not this. Don't do that. Wait, actually. No. I was like, wait, maybe I could do it this way, but no. How the heck do I get over there? Oh. Let's see. I swear to God. Stop it! I'm gonna lose my mind. For the love of all that's holy. Oh, what the fuck. If you love yourself, don't play this game. Unless for some whatever reason you enjoy fucking tank controls. Also, what the fuck is it? Imagine there is a switch in a room next to me, and it starts a pump to, you know, to pump water into this thingy. And then there's a switch on this side, and it opens the door in the room. Who came up with this? Oh my god, I have to go back there. I'm gonna... Someone finally, so they will join the stream saying this is their favorite game. Bro. I don't know if that's Stockholm Syndrome or what. Let me turn off this fucking noise! What? Why was that so difficult this time? Why is there no button to turn off the noise? And so is this oh my god, I know what this is for. Guys, oh my fucking god. Okay, so you know this switch here I used to you know, to pump the water to that other what would you call it? Pool? I don't know. Not a pool, but I'm gonna say pool. I think if you switch it again, it will go back here, but you need a green card to be able to get through this fucking door, because otherwise you cannot get there. That's so stupid. Every second this game tests me even more. This gives me Half-Life flashbacks. What was that? Oh, someone's shooting me from the water! Idiot. I'm gonna go make dinner. Okay, enjoy the foods! And thank you, I'm gonna need it. I have to jump into the water! What? There's more of these! I know you're there. Stop hiding. Oh no, I know what they give you, a harpoon. No, grenades? Harpoon versus harpoon. Who's gonna win? This is terrible, I hate this. Ooh, I didn't see this. I don't have to get into the water yet. Oh Jesus, not like this. No! Harpoon's coming my way! Just shoot him. It's not that difficult, I swear. You dealt with worse. What's stopping you, Lara? Don't tell me that conscience, because I won't believe you. You actually followed me this time. Ow! What the heck? Honestly, it's tragic because this had a, you know, this would have a chance at being really fun, if not, you know, everything about it. Ooh, my gun! It's returned to me. Not like this. Okay, that caught me off guard. I did not expect it. I've wasted one shell, but that's fine. Or is it? No, it's not fine because now it's uneven. Oh, the curse of the efficiency. What? What are you doing over there? Nrrr. La la la. La la la. There we go. So who has the green key card? I see something. Is that a green key card on the floor? Whee. This is probably way back, if I'm not mistaken. Well, I'll be back here. I'm not ready for that place yet. I'm not ready, I'm not done. This squeaky sounds. Stop it. Didn't even drop any ammunition, bro. What? What the fuck? Why is this closed? What? That doesn't make any sense. Well, I'm at it. I'm just gonna check out this place. Because I saw there was a little secret over there. I thought these guys maybe have dropped something, but it doesn't look like it. Whee! I'm gonna try to get to the end of this level, but yeah, I'm not gonna do another one. Sadly. Behind my scheduled... my planned schedule. What the fuck? Where did you come from? Bro. Game is unfair, so I'm gonna be the same. What a damn you idiot. Bro, they're camping. They knew I'm gonna do this. Hell yeah. Not on my watch. I don't even know what I got with that secret. I think it was just ammunition, but I'm not sure. It kinda caught me off guard, so I was like... I didn't really look at what I got. Okay, nothing from this dude. But wait, that doesn't really help me. Because I still don't have the thing opened. Not like this. So once more, welcome back! The ladder texture was only misaligned with their climbing animations, considering they usually line up pretty well. I didn't even notice, I was like... just thinking about my next step already. Where's the baton? I'm looking for some kind of baton. Open this thing over there. But I've either missed it Or the game is evil. Well, I'm gonna save over here. And then I'm gonna do some running around like a crazy person. Not what I meant to do. But whatever. Might as well look at the freaking floor, I guess. See if there's like a lever or something, I don't know. Like, I can't even act surprised anymore when something really stupid turns out to be a solution. Because nothing makes sense in this game. My arm was itchy. So, not on the walls. Not on the outside. Not on the outside, not on the inside. Not on the pillars. Where is it then? I know there's this corridor over there, but I'm pretty sure that's the exit. Because why would they have you run out of the room to run back to it? Oh my god, freaking alarm. Right? Right? Is this just the thing? Yep. That's not what I'm looking for. The fuck? Where did you come from? Bro. Sounds of losing my mind. You're wondering what's that? Ah! I'm just gonna check something one more time. Make sure I'm not an absolute idiot. Oh my god. Like maybe I'm not supposed to be looking for lever. Maybe I'm supposed to just shoot at the thing. Maybe it's supposed to be glass or something. I have no idea. Oh, this is glass. I'm fucking... Oh my god, I swear. I hate my life. Also, why is a keycard hidden behind a glass? Like, what the heck is this? That's not a treasure. And you... Listen, this is what makes me crazy. You're like... This isn't even a 2, I know, right? This game, it just makes you doubt everything you know. Oh my god, fuck. I didn't save, did I? Oh, I did. You know, just here, sitting here, playing a game. Game makes me think I've lost my fucking mind. You know, the usual. Please tell me this is the end of the level. I hope to be in bed by midnight. But that's like... I doubt that's happening. What? Oh, I was like, what the fuck is that? That's some legs. There's some legs. No animation, just believe it happened. Whee! This is the end. Should be. Just gonna save before something stupid happens, you know? Like this, for example. Get the fuck... Oh my god. Oh my god, thank God! This is it. I'm not going, I'm not continuing. I'm enough. 2 long ass levels. What's the name of this level? Diving area, what the fuck? Anyway. Enough. Enough for me. Enough for today. Enough for this week. I am tired. I'm just gonna go to bed. Oh my goodness. Thank you everybody for hanging out. I really appreciate you keeping me company while I was suffering with this game. This was something else for sure. I think I, you know, had some of my weird ass what's it called? Experiences with the first game, but this one is just this one is different. I would give you congratulatory pats. I can't read anymore. My brain is not here. But I cannot. It's okay. It's the count of thoughts. It's the count of thoughts. Here, have some patches. I will refuse. I forgot I was supposed to add the command, yeah. Jesus. Oh god. Anyway, the count thoughts. So good night everybody. I will see you on Tuesday. Wait, no. On Sunday, sorry. We'll be playing Resident Evil with Eve. So I hope to see you there. And yeah, please stay safe. Have fun during the weekend or something. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. And sleep well. Also have a Jesus. Losing my mind, losing my brain. I was looking to the freaking raids. I don't know who could. I don't have brains. I don't have brains for raiding. I'm sorry. We're gonna braid. We're gonna braid. You're gonna brain. There's people playing this game actually. Oh my god. You're gonna raid next time. I'm sorry. My brain is not here. Good night, everybody. I hope you have a good time. Wow. Wow.